ここは停滞するシラクーザとは違って希望の匂いがしますね。
私の楽器が気になるの？教えてあげてもいいわよ。
変わりないわね。たまま寝るなんて、しかもまるで起きてるみたい。昔学校で授業中に居眠りしてた連中より一枚上手ね。
You know, every once in a while, it'd be nice to get a good morning from one of you. But since this is my stream, good morning, Avalon. What do you think of that? Maybe a good morning for Oberon? Oberon Sekka, that is. No? Okay, let's continue on. If it isn't obvious already, Part 2, Zwillingstürme, I'm Starburst. Or is it Herbst? Something like that. The end is here. The Witch King is here. But upon arriving, that gives us a chance of killing him and putting an end to everything. And thank God my mic is not muted, because then you wouldn't have heard that. But either way, part 2, we're here. Before things get more awkward, Suffering, you want to say anything?
私も銃を使ってみたことはあるんだけど、あんまりうまくいかなくてやめちゃった。何？意外？銃なんて別にそんな大それたものじゃないわ。ただ練習が必要で、自由に扱えるようになるか、暴発させて自分が吹き飛ぶかのどっちかってだけ。
Okay, thank you for that explanation that I did not read as I check audio. Okay. If it isn't obvious already, although I said that 3 times now, gotcha, free pull. What do we have? Purple.
すみません。
Vigna.
ドクターの執務室はこちらでよろしかったでしょうか。ドクターはいらっしゃいま。
Nice to have. Better than a 3-star. Random collectibles. I should go through it. Okay, so intro. We did good morning. We talked about starting part 2 and most definitely finishing it by this morning and or the end of the stream. Fate Grand Order, a completely different topic. The new, not Lost Belt, but Singularity. If I can remember the name. Hopefully I can remember the name. Thanatos? something something. I don't know. It's like Z Whirlingsturm, I'm Herbst, whatever. Thanatos. We'll call it that. That sounds perfect. Monday. Live on a Monday, strangely enough. Which I would have imagined maybe would have been a Wednesday and or most likely a Friday. It's a Monday. Are we streaming it? Yes, we are streaming it. Why else would I bring it up? Of course, you should already know that. I do not have my script with me if it isn't obvious already. Currently pondering. Forgive me, I'll be open-minded. I was thinking of a pre-watch stream, but given that it is
立ったまま寝るなんて
suffering, I don't need to hear it.
しかもまるで
Oh
起
dear
きてる
lord.
みたい。昔
Oh,
学
she
校
won't
で
stop.
授業中に居眠りしてた連中より一枚上手ね。
Even the music changed. Okay. I was thinking of doing a pre-watch, or no, not pre-watch. What would it be? A watch-along, we'll call it that. That being the introduction to the new Singularity, and or I guess new chapter, or Fate Grand Order, Thanatos. But the risk that comes with it is the fact that we may or may not get copyright struck. Or just anything having to do with copyright. I don't know if it would be a strike, just anything in general. So I'm probably a no-go on that. If we were on Twitch, it might be different. We could probably get away with it. But YouTube's a different thing. A different realm when it comes to Avalon. I guess that would be it for the intro. Fate Grand Order, Monday, we are starting it, of course. Part 2, we're obviously doing as of right now. And yeah, I believe that's it. Medals, only 3. Picking up where we left off. Eben becoming the Witch King, assumingly. It was almost deemed as though he was switching psyche as far as like psyche. Mentally, he was becoming the Witch King. At least that's what I think is currently happening, given the change in clothes and the way he's bringing himself out as. And that's pretty much where we left off with, honestly. Yeah, I just left off with a cliffhanger, but then again, that was more or less me leaving the cliffhanger. Yeah, that's it, we're starting. Alright, section 5. Sonata Autumn. A meeting, then desolation. Betrayal, then regret. Autumn's monologue. Turning node, the mechanic unique to this event that I am currently forgetting. And am now just remembering. Heals when attacked. When activated during a song variation, changes the variation and briefly applies buff to friendly units. That being a speed boost and or a attack speed boost, depending on the variation. Who are we switching out? If I remember correctly, we did get a new 200%, that being Bryophyta, who we are subbing out. But who are we subbing him out with? Given that he is a guard unit, who do we need? Squad-wise, who do we need? in our formation. We have 2 healers, 4 casters, plenty for arts, 2 archers. We have our DP gain, we have a defender, and we have another guard operator. So someone ground-based, that's what we're going with. So honestly, a replica of Bryophyta. Who will it be though? Dagda, most likely.
ロドスのために戦うのであれば、
Yeah.
もう身分を隠す必要はなかろうな。
Thinking if I am forgetting anything. Susura, 169. Lynn, 173. We still do not have that 200%, even though we have had her for the longest time. Almost half a year, if I had to say. Surprisingly. Evan, we're keeping him here. Yes, he's 200%, but we're keeping him here for reasons. Reasons pertaining to the event itself. Narrator. A standoff. It was meant to be a sudden assault. The casters of Christ Heldenschwert would disguise themselves as musicians and infiltrate the Witch King's spire, while the armies from Erdenheer and Sturmland would stay hidden outside through their enchantments. No one dared underestimate the Witch King's power, but the battle was nonetheless harder than anyone could have imagined. The army outside the spire was discovered by the Einwald Imperial Guard. The first wave of casters all died at its base, while the second wave was swallowed by the endless staircase. The only ones who made it to the throne were the twins, Ormak and her sister. Ewignade. I knew I had difficulty last time. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Black and red had always been the Urtica colors, but from the entrance to its deepest innards, the spire was almost completely void of black tiles. I hear a Cello. jaw. I can't keep a straight face when someone says jaw. As if it's normal. I'm still pondering. Last stream, that being part 1, go watch it, or else spoilers. I'm waiting to hear from Evan himself on whether or not he actually did become the Witch King, or if he's in that mentality, or whatever is currently going on with him. I'm waiting to see what happens with him, because in part 1, I talked about the idea of Arturia bringing out the past memories. I forgot how I explained it. I didn't know how it was going to work or what the equation was going to look like, but she was going to use her arts to bring out the memories of the Witch King using Eben, who is you could say the vessel or the reincarnation of the Witch King, using him as a, I guess, a sacrifice in some way, or maybe not a sacrifice. Like I said, I don't know the equation, in bringing back the Witch King in that kind of fashion, whether that's he himself chanting his arts through a memory to bring himself back, or however that would look. But my point is, with that, is given what we've seen with Abin so far, this almost makes it seem as though her plan is null and void, and the Witch King is already back, and she doesn't have to go through all that work. Michael's eyes suddenly widen. More and more people rush towards Sonata Spire by the minute, joining the fray as the music continues. Many of them set down their wands, choosing instead of using their fists, legs, and teeth. Is this still the Lithuanian he knows? All the rhetorical tricks and combat tactics he learned, even Iridium arts, have lost their effectiveness. Aside from cowering under his shield, there's nothing he can do. Right now, he is no different from the young boy he was when he had just left his hometown and arrived in Zwillingstürme. We're still getting strange voice from the sculpture hanging around. Picking up with Evan. Okay, so he's not in his new clothing. The part 1 that we did, where we left off, where I mentioned that we don't know if he is the Witch King now or what happened at that current time, but he was in different clothing, given that he is in his original clothing as of this moment. Franz is Eben. Franz is his, I believe his original name until he switched it to Eben. changed it. Okay, maybe he is still wearing the clothing. But executors intercepting. Intercepting Arturia, that is. Okay, background. True name reveal, Lessing, Excalibur. Narrator, where the hell are you? His longsword pierces not his enemy's chest, but instead the ground beneath them. A golden radiance surges from the blade, drowning out even the Gesatzschwachter armor, then dashes toward the sky to form a webbing the color of the setting sun, enveloping Sonata's spire within it. All sounds within reach of his arts are drowned out, leaving nothing but the solemn melody reverberating in the air. Still no battle. Fremont. I'm speculating a little bit. But the Witch King thinks of himself so highly to the point he knows for a fact anyone and everyone around him, whether they're enemies or allies, know how great he is. Whether that's in a good way or a bad way. So for someone to just simply revive him, I can see him just not thanking them. If anything, it's to be expected. They revived him for a reason. there would be no point in even thanking that said person or persons. A flame rises, so black and so red that it seems drenched in blood. The walls of the chamber tremble violently. Iridium crystals sprout and grow from every crevice between the brick and tile, even piercing the ground's foundation. Sound off the starting pistol. On your mark. They aren't related by blood. If she's saying that, then they aren't related in that way. No, but it's the memory of him. Oh, I thought he was being ambushed. His body wobbles once, almost unnoticeably. Then, small cracks start appearing in the golden curtain. This was not the BGM I was expecting. A melody so impassioned that it approaches piercing. Rings out from the strings of Arturia's cello. As though motivated by the music, black Iridium flames rise from the deepest depths of the earth and tear asunder the surface mere inches away. The Witch King's musicians standing guard at the foot of the spire all walk single file into the black flames, chanting even as they are incinerated into ash. Something bores out of the earth's flesh. It is a higher spire. It bears a red tint to its blackness, a spiral shape, and a strange sharpness. The long-lost Witch King's spire stands atop the land once more. Here we go. Here's our battle. Section 5, Sonata, Autumn.
茨を怖がる必要はありません。助けになってくれますから。
Arts damage. If it's arts, I would imagine it's ranged. Mm.
私のハンマーは
Garrett
強いんだ
DP
から。
out. Our Vanguard.
私を捕まえる？寝言は寝てから言ってよね。解明した。
Okay, they're not
オ
ranged.
ーダーは敵の掩体を破ったよ。
Wind clear. Okay, a stun during one of the
何
variations.
悩んでんの？はい、私で
戦場で響く額の音が注意をした。特にリターニア人が相手の時に。
それは命令か？
I'm gonna have to switch that skill back to skill
もっ
1.
と早くするか。
私の出番ね。
ここに予告しよう。次の標的はお前だ。
Don't have any healers out.
今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。
Oh, melee as well. Okay. There's the stun.
何悩んでんの？はい、私で何のみんな注目。構造は安定してるから安心して。
これが宝石の持つ唯一の価値だ。
適切なタイミングで演奏に加わりますよ。
Weird attack buildup. Not enough.
もっと荒れた戦場を乗り越えてきた。
There we go.
私
感じますか？この情緒あふれるピアニッシモ。
高い場所はいいですね。お日様の光が
Just get
たっ
up.
ぷりです。
I'm feeling confident.
何悩んでんの？みんな注目。ぐるぐるちゃんのお出ましよ。
もっと4分の3拍子のごとき警戒。
ドキドキ。
おや、声援。
加減気をつけて。
本当はこんなことしたくない。
All melees, although that's a good thing. Be a bigger problem if they're AoE. Anarchist. I will say, if this was Avalon and someone was just outright screaming tyranny, just like that, just take him out. black flames engulf everything in their wake. Laughter, sobbing, nothing is spared. As the sound of thunder rips through the air, the thick layers of clouds above descend lower and lower, almost becoming one with the strange spire before them. Some of the older students remember the history books that they happen to have read, deep inside the spire, the ones that went unburned. They said that during the Battle of the Four Emperors, Herkamshorn brought... Alright, whatever. Herkamshorn brought an Iridium storm that ripped apart the skies above the battlefield, swallowing an entire Gaulish landship fleet at once. And now, at that very same location, these remains a terrifying rift deep in the catastrophic clouds, screams of the sleepless dead reverberating within. The twins. If he's that happy, it has to be the twins. The clouds begin to crack. There's no sound, no shaking, and no omen of any kind. A bolt of purple-black lightning simply crashes down from high above. Likewise, it is not accompanied by any kind of flashy explosion or shocking roar. It merely pierces the spire's body and crushes the seemingly impenetrable tower, layer after layer, from top to bottom. By the time the first piece of falling rubble reaches the ground, the reborn Witch King's spire has already ceased to be, as though it had never existed in the first place. Finally, the earth starts trembling, as though reacting to the spire's fall. Behind the wall of arts conjured by the Imperial casters, the crowd stands in terror with their eyes wide open. At the highest point of the ruins, they see a figure holding a sword emitting purple-black sparks of lightning. Arturia spreads her arms and falls backward into the air behind the railing. Then, the remains of a sculpture lift her up, and she quickly rises even higher. Federico is too dedicated to his job. Arturia truly is a menace. The amount of times he has pointed his pump action shotgun, his lever action shotgun that is, at her, and she just simply gets away. Heartless. No, he just trusts you that much. scholar realizes that he's once again standing at the highest point of Ludwig's University. This is the first time in 23 years that he's earnestly gazed at the sunset outside. Clouds are fluffy, and although they are completely soaked in blood, they yet maintain their original shapes. This is Lithuanian's evening glow. Gerard Hoffman notices that his body in the golden gazettes has fallen together on the spiral staircase, while his consciousness drifts out the window with the melody and dissolves into the clouds. He has never felt so free. It's family. But then again, it is the law that's preventing him from pulling the trigger. No, but it can put a stop to it, even if it's momentarily. Oh boy, we're getting political. But Latrano owns her and has authority over her. Sure, she's in a new country, but she originates from there. And she's been a moving target, creating chaos everywhere she goes. Federico needs to be present at all times during all of these hearings. It has become much quieter outside the spire, yet the black flames continue to burn. Viviana has forgotten which floor of the spire she is on. The spiral stairs all look the same. Her candlelight flickers a few times before finally going out. Most likely the illusions. He did not deserve to fall into eternal slumber on these spiral stairs. If he could have just a little more light, a little more warmth. Viviana knows that she is not a lighthouse, but she is capable of that much. He's a symbol. He can't kneel. Unless that's for the king. Can't bow or kneel. Maybe a student. This current background, this setting, is back from, I'm not gonna remember the event's name, but where we're first introduced to Ebon Holes in Creed. The sky is blue and fine. The breeze lilts by in song. On the stage, the river murmurs clear. My heart is filled with hope. Sorry, checking audio. Back to normal. Okay, it was a student. You're gonna have to forgive me. Does he speak of Creed or the Witch King? Was this a setup? Forgive me, I want to experiment really quick. I'm curious. When understanding how to properly say this. When I read along, in my head, I play out voices of what that person sounds like. So, Fremont, for example. A comparison I could think of off the top of my head, which I can't think of at the moment. Gosh, who would be a good example? I can't think of anyone off the top of my head, but as far as how his voice would sound, I know exactly. And I can sound it out so very good in my head. And I'm curious if I can properly do it. 1 second. When I first got here. No, I don't have the voice for it. I can't. It's too hard. I can't alter my voice in that way. Like, even for Grimlock, I can properly sound it in my head. But of course, when it comes to actually, well, voicing it, it's a whole different ballpark. And with that lamb with the rotten luck. And with that lamb with the rotten luck. No. No, it's nowhere near, like, in my brain. The white-haired lich lifts his hand. As though having been granted permission, a large number of slender silhouettes appear beneath the setting sun. Perhaps they'd been standing there the whole time. They were simply masquerading as ordinary students and faculty. However, from this moment onwards, they are no longer concerned with how different they are from other Lithuanians. The liches all raise their hands. Countless paper-thin strands of silk extend from their bodies and into the dark clouds up above. Then, a radiance like starlight comes falling down. Looking up, many of the students see the sunset, the night, and the sunrise all at once. Within that brimming radiance, the dark clouds on the dark flames on the earth are extinguished without a sound. Not long after, the silk-threaded shadows also disappear in the dreamlike rain. Ever since, no more trace of the liches could be found in Lithuanian spires.
もう終わり。まだ本気出してねえんだけど。もし次の機会があるならば、引き続き、貴殿のそばで戦うことをお許しください。
Ugh, more story. That was already long. It's not time for our daily login. Intermezzo. Unfinished fugue. This unfinished fugue has no ending, just as the dark conspiracies have not reached their conclusion. 20. Right. They can't just simply walk away from it. If anything, they're probably going to try and get the rights to actually bring her back to Laterano so they can actually properly seize her. He doesn't have time for that. I mean, he is a messenger. He's constantly moving. He doesn't have enough time to make friends. Or try. Unless they're at the office itself in Laterano. Federico looks at the piano to the side of the room. Like most Lithuanians, Loris had musical instruments in his home. However, judging from the many files and folders on its bench, he did not play the piano often. Simply tap the black and white keys in a certain rhythm, and a melody will be created. People have taken such immediate feedback for granted, yet there are still many questions that, once sprouted, are pushed away, unanswered. Clement. Just a reminder, who is Clement? Clement was from the event, which I'm not gonna know the name, but when we're first introduced to Arturia, and we're first introduced to the banner, that being Executor, Altar, and or I guess you could say the gosh, how would you say it? The or sorry, not how would you say it? What the title is that's given to a Sancta. I believe gosh, I'm not gonna remember. It's like curator or saint. But Clement is from that event where we are introduced to Executor, Altar, and Arturia. And he's someone who lost faith in his own religion, that being, well, Sancta in Laterano. And ends up passing away. And the Evangelista XI is the Pope. No, this is not narrator. Sorry, 1 second. I don't know if I would say that. Missing the R on you. Blessing's sword moves so quickly that dodging is nearly impossible. He's rarely spoken so many words in one breath. At first, Eben had no intention of dodging, but almost instinctively, the Iridium dice float into the air. Arts pour out uncontrollably, like fiery rage. Fiery rage. Blessing's sword presses against Eben's throat. The Iridium dice fall to the side. The battle is over. The outcome is a surprise to no one. Eben feels the sword against his throat, still wrapped in bandages. Were it not wrapped, he would have smelled blood. Of course, this does not mean that Lessing can't kill him. The warrior's expression is cold, but his eyes burn with anger. Why is he angry? Why? Does he still have expectations for a man like him? Viviana recalls Grimac's words. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gazettes has been closed. Have they not met? I guess not. Section 6 will be in but a second. 1 second. Be right back. With my eyes wide open, we can proceed. Section 6, Valse Mask. The ball is finally over. The dancers remove their masks. But why can I still not see your face? Multiple new enemies. It'll do. How are we doing on trust? 51. Vandella. Insider. Onkuros. Blessing 43. Okay, I was gonna say, this is interesting, but then again, given the convo that we just had, and by we I mean Executor and Viviana, this is in a way Executor kind of getting a hold of Arturia, well not directly, but through Viviana. Former enemy. Okay, so her hands are locked. I assume that she was in a prison cell or something akin to that. Arturia does not answer. She simply gazes at Viviana, at the ripples in the lake of her eyes. If silence can be considered an expression of sound, then their emotions could resonate even without melody. Anger, frustration, pain, same emotions reflected in Arturia's eyes. She sighs and awakens the dreamer from her memory with gentle words. Still waiting on Eben getting a hold of Arturia. What that's gonna look like. Well, here he is. Guten Tag, Eben. Yeah. That's a lot of people. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. 10,000 people at a theater. Did he just fire his gun? What? Beanbag rounds, I would assume. Not actual bullets. She's getting into your head. Don't let her. It's so obvious. She's psyching him out to think that maybe he's been compromised by Arturia's. I wasn't expecting this kind of interaction between sisters. I thought it'd be more formal. Yeah, I was gonna say it's the mark of, like, I don't want to say a great achievement, but a great mark in history for them. An evil finally being quenched. Trouble? He's just carrying out orders from another country, trying to rein in someone who has been creating chaos, like, everywhere. Even in your own home country. Ugh, if I were him, eesh. It would be difficult to... And when I say difficult, I mean it in... like, for him specifically. If you truly do believe that there is going to be an incident, you would I would stand in her way and stop her. So like, for example, when she says, bring me my violin, I would just say no. And if she were to just go and grab the violin, I would halt. Because in my mind, I would think, she won't kill me. She will, well, I mean, most likely get rough. But if you know for a fact that there's going to be trouble, you would get in her way. You would halt it. Because by doing that, sure, you would be making her possibly angry and infuriated. At the same time, it shows that you truly do believe that there is going to be trouble if you're willing to stop her. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, these are all professionals. Like, we're literally in a university. Not only that, from what we've learned, there's going to be 12... Gosh, what's the name? Golden Gesats, right? Or the other name for, Brant, the title that he owns. There's going to be 20 of them. The shadows of the twin spires stretch as the sun sinks towards the horizon. They swallow up the shadows of the musicians, of Cora, of Viviana herself. She has never felt her power unleashed like this. She is reminded of that flickering candlelight in the spire. If it was a tiny flame that only illuminated a corner of the bed, leaving the other corners, the spiral staircase, and the night beyond the spire in total darkness. There was a time when she couldn't admit that the darkness would linger in her eyes longer than the tiny speck of candlelight. Gesats watched her. That's the title. 20 of them. black arts orb rises from his hand and into the air, exploding into a reddish-black shadow. It is quickly buried by even more brilliant rays of arts. Rays created by various Origium arts interweave in the clouds. Both the melody and the arts come from the people on the ground, all focused on performing the music belonging to the Lithuanian alone, using instruments that also serve as arts units. Even the buildings resonate with the twin spires, turning the empty space around the Kaiserinen's towers into a true amphitheater. Hopefully the music picks up. It's kind of low. The colors penetrating the clouds continue to shift with a splendid melody, as though the crowd is performing the color of the sunset in the sky. It is a feast of sight and sound, woven together by arts, the ultimate expression of Lithuanians' classical aesthetics and mastery over arts. It is a grand spectacle, visible from any corner of Zwillingstürme and beyond. Tears begin to fill Ebenholz's eyes. He remembers standing atop the spire of Vertica, gazing down at the plate below. There were many bell towers in the Grafschaft, which sang every day at dusk. The people would leave their workshops after a long day of work, and the sound of wheels rolling over the metallic roads would echo with the music filling the city. He could see the green-black wilderness if he stood on his toes. Einwald was filled with forests, and caravans brought ripe fruit into the city whenever they were in season. Farmers often amplified their scents with arts to attract customers. He could always smell the best fruits, even from his high perch. The maid who sympathized with him would sneak a few back from the market, as long as no other nobles were watching. The fruits were ripe and fresh, unlike the carefully selected, dried, and withered foods served on the long, old table. He could not remember what became of the maid. Did she go join her beloved in the south, or did she find a new job at the instrument workshop beneath the spire? And when he left Vertica, did he ever look back? Let the dark clouds scatter. Let the morning sun shine. Praise be to Lithuanian, home of the free. Yes, he had once loved this place from the bottom of his heart. Lithuanian, the land of divine music, cradle of the arts. Alright.
みんな、構
The
造図を
charade
持っ
has
た？
been broken.
事故多発エリアに気をつけて
We
ね。
go to battle.
私のハンマーは強いんだから。
I'm curious who's coming out of here.
私を捕まえる？寝言は寝てから言ってよね。ベストな立タンをしてみせるよ。オーダーは全部了解して。ベスト構造は安定してるから安心して。
Alright, there's the arts unit. Or, well,
何悩んでんの？
maybe not
はい、
arts, but
私で
range.
決まり。高い場所はいいですね。お日様の光がたっぷりです。私ので全員丸坊主にしてあげる。
And here should
開
be
演は間近だ。どうやら我らが監修はもう待ちきれません。
最低。
Oh, new enemy. Remnant Orchestra Tuner. Continuously cast a tuning node you control to disable it. Attacks temporary increase damage taken by your units when the corresponding variation is in effect. A lot of damage.
何悩んでんの？はい、オーダーは構造は安定してるから安心して。怪我人はいない。私、早く離れてください。お願いします。
Music picked up. The variation, that is. Block of one.
もっと荒れた戦場を乗り越えてきた。
解明した。
俺がここにいる限りこの先。
戦いだけで気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
Slow it down.
じゃあ、あの人たちはここに埋葬してあげましょう。
Lynn, we're gonna need your help.
指示は
Should be
結構
more
よ。
than enough.
何なりと。なんビクトリアのために。指示は結構。今さら話し合おうだなんてちょっと遅すぎない？ひまわりを屋根の上に植えた人がいるんですか？
ああ、皆さんどうか誤解なきよう。私は状況を把握したいだけですので。
私、距離を合わせて。
Speed it up. No.
何なりと。
どう遊んでやろうかな。
Mission accomplished.
her. So she escaped. Arturia, that is. No, this is not narrator. A narrator does not put I in their sentence. Or refer to themselves. The Witch King was her teacher? Unless it's her, Emmanuel. But the fact that it was referenced that that said person was using the golden gazettes, which only the Witch King has at that time when he was alive. Is she speaking of, like, I'm curious, is it the Witch King or is it Viviana's father? The Promise. Yeah, it has to be Viviana's father. Very few have invited me to play their heart's music of their own accord. It has to be. Something having to do with the music? by all means, this is the reincarnation of the Witch King. He is so, like, excuse my French, he is so fucking powerful as an operator and in the story. Although the story kind of hinders on it, doesn't pry into it too much, but I mean, those dice can do a lot of damage. And especially his wand. I was gonna say, he seems like the ultimate anti-arts kind of person. The amphitheater is a scene of chaos. The tuning continues. The Ludwig's University incident already proved that only the Kassirnen could fight Herkamschorn arts. What would the twins think of my little show of selfishness, of betrayal? I am not especially concerned. And upon reading that, I realized that is not the narrator.
いたずらを成功に導く秘訣っていうのはね、はい、いたずら大成功。
I have to stretch. That long dialogue. And then I have this troublemaker to wake me up. Okay. I believe we should be close. Oh.
変わりないわね。
It's that time. Our daily Avalon walk. Strategy M. Never good enough. Okay. Our daily walk. What's going on in
こ
Avalon?
の天井
AKA Rhodes
思っ
Island.
ていたよりも低いよ。
Resources received.
あなた、この理論について
Blues.
少し解説をいただけませんこと？ 12分もあれば十分ですわね。
Have our troublemaker deliver them.
Resources received.
変わりないわね。
Free roll? Gotcha? Pop it open. Just peel it off like a band-aid. No.
はじめましてドクターくん。
Perfumer.
私はパフューマーのラナ。
6, 7.
私はセン、やり使いです。
Get through this
新
very
米チーム
quickly.
の隊長もしています。
医師見習いのアンセルです。外科のアシスタントを担当します。よろしくお願いいたします。
ラテラーの出身、射撃担当のアドナ・キエルです。銃を扱う資格は
行動予備隊 A6 の隊長オーキッドよ。ドクターというのはあなたのことかしら。これから
Yeah. Okay. We'll check in with friends later, off stream. $1 good. Okay. I was curious if we would have enough, but given that we are streaming, we can do a tiny bit of gacha, that being 7 headhunting permits. Possibly getting an Eben? Possibly. But of course, since we are low in time, we are just gonna rip it right off.
こんにちは。私初めてこんな大きな移動施設に来たんでちょっと興奮。
More or less doing this for the certificates, but given that it is Evan we're talking about,
行動予備隊 A6
we can do a
カタ
couple
パ
of
ルト
rolls.
着任です。さてさて、あんたはあの僕に
Kill it off.
はじめまして、ドクターくん。
Working our way up.
私は
3
パフューマ
stars,
ーのラナ。
4 star,
あら、
and then 5 star. No. 4
はじ
star.
めまして、ドクターくん。私
2
は
3 stars, 2
パフュ
4
ーマー
stars,
のラナ。
5. No.
こんにちは。僕はグレイと言います。
2 more. Maybe we can get a Mel Knight.
ビーガルって言います。まあ採用テストはギリギリでしたけど。
Last one. Oh. It's to be expected though. Null Knight?
赤冬武士だ。最強というやつだ。この刀が気になると。どこにいようと私が
I'm not too concerned about our potential. We already have our Kafuya. If I'm not mistaken, we might have her at max. Possibly. Maybe. Yeah, we do have her at max. Okay. Back to the event. Yeah, we need to get a move on. Section 7. Concerto Resurrection. Sin long renounced has caught up to me. Enemies long vanquished have risen again. Oh, Dagda. I forgot. I needed to switch her Sekiru one. The red-black energy rumbles in the clouds. Does not impatiently tear, swallow, and spread. Instead, it paces, watches and waits on that throne in the clouds. The followers of the Witch King laugh. They play the most piercing notes on their instruments, aiming them at their own chests and throats. In response, the black clouds extend several tendrils towards them. The dying cultists kiss the hand that their king has extended and become one with the black flame, ascending to become part of the dark cloud that now hovers above the twin spires. The sky cracks with a dissonant roar. Lithuanian's greatest and most terrible sovereign, Herkamshorn, issues his edict to his people. How? By what means, though? The reincarnation of the Witch King fighting the Witch King. An invisible thread catches him by the collar. It is light, gentle, and cool. Suddenly, it constricts. Okay, I'm not gonna remember the name. No way will I remember this name. It's been so long. Ooh. Chapter 12? Arknights Chapter 12? I believe this is the lady that we saw at the very end. I don't remember entirely if us, the Doctor, Oberon, was there, or if it was just simply her there speaking on some matter. But from what I understand, she's a part of Rhodes Island. So this is an ally, more or less. Ermengarde. Yeah, I would not have remembered that. The giant hat and the horns protruding. Golden light floats out from the Gesatzwachtster's sword and armor. As the light engulfs him, the other Gesatz respond to the Emperor. Ugh. Something was in my throat. Someone tried poisoning me. As the light engulfs him, the other Gesatz respond to the Empress's melody. Beams of art shoot towards the sky from every corner, drawing closer together and joining up. The sky is covered in black, but an even brighter cloud rises from the ground. Under the golden arc, the sound of an organ gently covers those beneath the twin spires, while the violin's passionate, soaring notes pierce the rolling clouds like a sword. Dozens of hands weave thousands of threads, plucking at the melody in the sky and the wind, making them even clearer. The twin empresses, the Gesatz, and the Liches, all the guardians of Lithuania, stand together against its former king, now returning from the void. Okay, so he's not actually, like, back in the flesh. Oh, first time he smiled. Are you gonna at least acknowledge or smile back, Evan? There you go. Good show. Executor. Hello. Notorial Hall. That's okay. There we go. I kept saying he's a saint, but the Notorial Hall is the higher ups. It's all linking back to Rhodes Island. Oh, beautiful. It's raining. A grayish rain falls on the balcony, blowing backwards before it can touch Arteria's strings, and forming a cloud before her. Or rather, a smoke ring. I don't think he's like the common person that would fall for her tricks, especially with emotions. A great cloud appears beneath Arturia. It explodes and engulfs the Sancta and her instrument. Thousands of threads rain down from the void behind the lich, faster than a gale and thicker than a deluge. They wrap themselves around Arturia's cello, her bone strings, as well as her hands and torso. Exile. The old lich has no plans to allow her to return to Laterano. He wants her to disappear completely. Arturia smiles. She draws her bow, perhaps for the last time. The last note sounds. Before she is swallowed by the infinite void, Arturia knows her performance is complete. The dark cloud cracks. It is like a great eye slowly opening up in the void. Reflected within is none other than the dark spire last seen 23 years ago. Right in between the twin spires, right where it used to be. Was the Genesis spire ever truly toppled? Did Herkamshorn, the Witch King, ever truly die? Did every Lithanian's nightmare just return, or did it never leave? Soon, not even that. The spiral staircase continues to extend further and further until its end is no longer in sight. Viviana feels her consciousness grow distant. All she knows for sure is that she is alone on these stairs. Concerto Resurrection. Okay. So in that CG trailer that we watched, that whole maze and everything that we saw with Viviana like going around trying to chase down Arturia wasn't just for show. New unit or enemy. Remnant Orchestra Cellist. More likely to get attacked by your units, gains a shield that blocks and partially reflects 10 instances of damage taken when... Okay. Speed it up. Slow it down.
どう遊んでやろうかな。ベスト構造は安定してるから安心して。この身の口に勝って戦い続け。
適切なタイミングで演奏に加わりますよ。早く抜かないとベルで顔面を。みんな注目。
ぐるぐるちゃんのお出ましよ。
早く抜かないとベルで顔面を殴りますよ。
Get Evan in the front line.
戦場で響く楽の音には注意をし、特にリターニア人が相手だ。もっと早くトライトーンのごとき驚愕、もっと早くする。
私距離を合わせて。
高い場所はいいですね。お日様の光が。
構造は安定してるから安心して。
Speed up. Change the tempo.
ここに予告しよう。次の標的はお前だ。
Hello? Alright, slow down. Okay.
影に気をつけて。
ドキドキする。
感じますか、この情緒あふれるピアニッシュ。
そこだ。
小中の玉を握りしめながらどう抵抗するのか。
お家に帰ってママに慰めてもらうね。
Wow, that was a lot of damage. I need to pay attention. This is the units that stun. I have to change it.
感じますか、この情緒あふれるピアニッシモを。
医者ならここに。ここだよ。
もっと強く。私の頭から出ていけ。
Wow, that was a lot of damage.
ああ、皆さんどうか誤解なきよう。
Okay.
私は状況を
失敗？僕にはそうとは思いません。あなた方であれば失敗も込みで計画を立てるに違いない。そうでしょ。
Why did they do so much damage? When they're at B attack, why did that do so much damage? Okay, I don't understand this at all. Attack continuously increases when unblocked. Attack is reset after the next attack. When melancholic variation is active, attack is greatly increased and attacks stun the target. Which I believe we turned off. Just start. I gotta change Dagda's skill. It's Kiru.
医療チームの皆さん、準備はいいですか？作戦開始後もフローに従って行動してくださいね。
今こそ
火限界の計算完了。
より俺の助けを必要とする場所を目指そう。
That's fine. Actually, no, it's not. That's a lot of damage.
剣を縛り付けられるの、その主の臆病さだけだ。
ドキドキだ。
高い場所はいいですね。お日様の光。
俺がここにいる限りこの先には行けない。罪の報いを受けろ。
怪我人はいない。本当に芽吹き枯れる。
I need to get Lynn out. She solves all of our problems, each and every time.
お
構造は安定してるから安
Or
心して。
maybe not. No.
大変は逃げれば果てまで追うだけだ。
痛かったら声を上げてもいいよ。我慢しないで。
もっと4分の3拍子のごとき経過。
背後の盾には気をつけることね。
剣を縛り付けられるのはその主の臆病さだけだ。
Golden Glow's coming up.
影に気をつけて。今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。
私の頭から出ていけ。
どう遊んでやろうかな。
Will it be enough? Yeah, it should be.
私に本当にできるかな。
もっとトライトーンのごとき驚愕。もっと早くするか。
Alright.
分かってるわ。分かってるわ。
Wait to use Lin.
何の読んでんの。はい、私で決まり。私のでみんな注目。ぐるぐるちゃんのお出ましよ。
私に
指示は結構よ。あなたを逃がす。
影に気をつけて。
罪の報いを受けろ。
私なら戦いだけに気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
分かってるわ。
Good damage. So there's 6. There's 8 enemies here. 6 more enemies to go. Counter.
Sumi no mukui o ukero.
分かってるわ。砕け散れ。
Mission accomplished.
Lin just completely wiping out the entire area, turning everyone into crystals. Does she mean who I think she means? Will we be there? Tall as the Empress's tower is, it is not endless, or so she believes. The spiral staircase extends before her, but direction itself seems to be torn apart by some unknown, irreversible power. She keeps moving forward, but she can't make any progress. Viviana is tired, and when one is tired, it is easy to notice what one has lost. Not unlike the 22 years of her life. Viviana looks up. She sees a young Caprine woman whose face is filled with curiosity and concern. You live nearby. This is a staircase. Viviana's fingers brush the handrail next to her. Ochre paint covers the emblem of Urtica under a thick layer of dust, so bright it could have been painted yesterday. She recalls the historical novel Die Glut. When the Witch King first ascended to the throne, he gave his builders a blueprint of the Genesis Spire, a monument so great the likes of which Lithanian had never seen. Simply gazing upon the plans was enough to make one short of breath, as though standing before its foundation. The Witch King was scrupulous about every last detail of the Genesis Spire, down to the materials and paints used for every fence and railing, which must never fade in color. It would become the sole symbol of Lithanian. Viviana comes to a startling realization. The Caprine who just passed by was like one of the young people living on the outskirts of Zwillingstürme, in the prime of her life, busy and tireless, her voice emanating the warmth of a fresh cup of tea. She should not be here, neither at the Empress Spire nor in the Genesis Horn. Viviana turns around. No one is there. The staircase stretches on and on, until Viviana sees a door in an inconspicuous corner. A tiny, familiar door. Ugh, this might be a weird one. Federico has spent a long time on the staircase of the Empress's Spire. He stops in his tracks after yet another failed attempt. So from my understanding with the stairs is you have to imagine and or think where you want to be. Where it is you want to go. And it will basically show before you. Now the problem with Executor or Federico from my understanding, or what I believe is happening, is he is by pure logic. For him to imagine something, I would think maybe he can, like, sorry, I'm like wording this wrong. When it comes to him imagining things, that would be near impossible. He is by all means pure logic. But if I were to think of a way for him to, I guess, bypass that, would be more or less a memory. After a brief pause, Federico pulls out his shotgun and fires in front of him. The sound of the gunshot fills the space, but the projectiles vanish right before his eyes, as though wiped away by some formless something. As he hears the sound, Federico sees the projectiles again, now moving with a slow and clear trajectory, like a rock skipping across the water. Ripples spread, and everything beneath the surface is revealed. Loris. Okay. Federico quickly assesses the sight before him. If this place is the Genesis Horn, where the Witch King's legacy is kept, Arturia's final destination, then it is difficult to believe that his bullets could have broken through some sort of barrier and brought him here from that strange staircase. Federico examines the woman before him. The anger on her face is no more and no less than that of a citizen performing her civic duty to stop a rude tourist. Cora. Or not, never mind. Arturia looks around. It is a space without boundaries, defined by only indescribable flows of light, like the respiration of the void. She steadies her cello, puts her hand on the strings, and sets her bow. Silence. Bow touches string, but the vibration produces no sound. The motion familiar to her, so natural, has lost all meaning here. As though muttering to himself, Fremont speaks an unfamiliar word in sarcasm. Arturia does not respond to Fremont's anger. She simply touches the strings again, the unbroken hush. There's no disappointment or fear, only confusion. An emotion that only flashes across Arturia's face before she looks up and smiles. Arturia realizes that the shadows are growing. The Lich's witchcraft had been moving while she was speaking. Thread-like shadows grow into thick vines around Fremont, merging into the ambiguous colors of the ground, and begin to come at her. Death and extinction, decay in its full bloom. She is perfectly willing to meet her end performing, but what she can't accept is to fade into silence, with the truth so near. The shadows crack, and a gray rain rushes up to engulf all. She clung to the one string of sound distinct from the environment and escaped the threads of exile. Now, the melody has become tangible, emerging from the void and descending before her. It has taken human form.
一人残らず根絶やしにするのは残酷なように思えるかもしれませんが、栄養を奪ってしまう雑草を徹底的に駆除するにはこうするしかないんです。
What's her name? Not tutorial. Composer's craft. There is no order to be found within chaos. You must grasp whatever little you can. Aspect of creation, aspect of annihilation.
"私の演奏で震えられることを光栄に思うといいですよ."
Absorbs all damage taken, transfers it to the aspect of creation. Okay. I don't understand. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Speed up.
何を待ってる？ゲームオーバー。
止まって。これ以上無意味に怪我することないよ。
私がエンディング清掃。
Yep. I saw that. Although you got me at a really bad time.
Q 箱の用意はできています。
Straight up.
Q 箱クリア。
Oh, it's not even hitting him.
Mission accomplished.
It's hitting the thing, I believe. Ugh. It's attacking its own thing. Nocturne, Unseen Spire. There are too many features unseeable, too many spires unreachable, and so, Ferryman sings this nocturne. Is she gonna see her father? And probably ask him. Viviana. This is a one... No. That's not narrator. A maid walks in. Viviana looks to hide, but the maid goes straight for the little girl, as if she doesn't see Viviana at all. The Lafayette girl looks out at the city below the veranda. The wind is her only company now. They say the roof of the Glenlossie Botanical Garden is beautiful, but what's there to appreciate when the night shrouds all? She's wearing gloves. We're visiting everyone's past. Executor. The room is quiet, except for the isolated sobbing in the corner. Two black halos look at each other, their cold, faint light being the only words they share. I'm curious because that almost static like image, I'm curious if it's like, it's almost like it's like they're in a simulation, like this isn't actually like a different reality, it's just a simulation. Working under the Witch King, maybe? The what? Exactly. Atreya looks in the direction the Cabernet woman is pointing and sees nothing but vague light and a shadow. Well, okay, here's a good glimpse. the hooded figures. Oh. Are we about to see that being the battle? Nocturne, Unseen Spider.
私ならできる。皆さん、感染源と思われるものには絶対に触らないようにしてくださいね。
Alright. Mm.
今こそ火限界の計算完了。
Well, I completely forgot. And I'm pretty angry. I might have to restart unironically. I need to clear everyone.
背後の影には気をつけることね。
No.
Atashiを捕まえる？今さら話し合おうだなんてちょっと遅すぎない？この身の口に戦い続け。何だよ、お家に帰ってママに慰めてもらえぬ？
Good. We got the block.
ベストの敵の掩体を破ったよ。
開演は間近だ。どうやら我らが監修はもう待ちきれないようだ。
医者ならここに。
Clear out.
ここだよ。
Okay, she's alive.
もっと強くするか。より俺の助けを必要とする場所を目指す。4分の3拍子のごとき経過。俺がここにいる限りこの先には行けない。
This is bad.
罪の報いを受けろ。もっと強くする。
戦場は騒がしいから知事はもっと
罪の報いを受けろ。
He did fall.
私ので全員丸坊主にしてあげる。
I need to get Golden Glow out.
今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。
Right on time.
分かってるわ。
I don't mind
今さら
popping
話
this
し
early,
合おう
that's
だなん
fine.
てちょっと遅すぎない？
もっと早くする。もっと4分の3拍子のごとき経過。
指示は結構
Stop
よ。
this early.
ひまわりを屋根の上に埋めた人がいるんですか？
感じますか、この情緒あふれるピアニッシモ。
I don't have any defenders.
私ならここにかかったら声を上げてもいいよ。我慢しないで。
That's irritating. I hate events and their
何かに失敗するたびに
little things.
体のベルトをきつく絞るようにしてる。痛みがこの失敗を忘れるなって教えてくれるんだ。いや、ドクターはいい。
頑張れ。
The next battle started. Why are you still talking?
私がこの銃で問題解決に当たる前に皆さん少し冷静になっていただけませんか。
What a pain.
ベスト加減界の計算完了。
じゃああの人たちはここに埋葬してあげましょう。今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。分かってる。今さら話し合おうだなんてちょっと遅すぎない？
もっと荒れた戦場を乗り越えてきた。剣を縛り付けられるのはその主の臆病さだけだ。
ドキドキ距離を合わせて。
俺がここにいる限りこの先には行けない。
ドキドキします。
ベストの構造は安定してるから安心して。
開演は間近だ。どうやら我らが監修はもう待ちきれないようだ。
何なんだ。
ドキドキします。
まずは指の運動です。
So much damage.
もっと強く思えることきを
私を捕まえる？
No, she's gonna attack
寝言は
him.
感じますか？この情緒あふれるピアニッシモ。
If I can get the healer out in time.
医者ならここに。ここだよ。
Block 3, thank God.
もっと強くする。俺がここにいる限りこの先には行けない。
あなたの爆弾で中馬投射は僕だけですか？
あとほんのちょっとだったのに。
We weren't. Gotta get this stupid skill off. Put it on the first one.
ロドスのために戦うのであ
What
れ
a
ば
waste of a skill. Holy crap, Dagda. Oh, you disappoint me.
茨を怖がる必要はありません。助けになってくれますから。
より俺の助けを必要と。
加減界の計算完了。
じゃああの人たちはここに埋葬してあげましょう。
ベストな立案をしてみせるよ。
分かってるわ。一線を越えたらどういう末路をたどるのか考えもしてないみたいね。
開演は間近だ。どうやら我らが監修はもう待ちきれないようだ。剣を縛り付けられるのはその主の臆病さだけだ。もっと
オーダーは効力が集中するエリアの推計完了。
頑張ります。
Okay.
適切なタイミングで演奏
I
に
don't
加
know
わ
why
り
this
ます
won't
よ。
activate.
ドキドキ。
Is it because there's no like I don't like I just lost
罪の
because I
報い
can't
を受けろ。
activate it when it's at max.
もし剣があればきっと。いや今だからこそなおさらくじけてはならない。ドクター、次の戦いに身を投じる準備はもうできている。
頑張れ頑張れ、私ならできる。この場所をめちゃくちゃにはさせません。
ベストな敵の掩体を破ったよ。
背後の影には気をつけることね。今こそ皆さんをお助けする時です。
分かってるわ。あなたを逃がすに足る条件を提示してちょうだい。ないの。残念ね。
もっと荒れた戦場を乗り越えてきた。
私早く離れてください。お願いします。
罪の報いを受けろ。
どう遊んでやろうかな。
罪の報いを受けろ。
ベストな火加減感の計算完了。
諸君が愛してやまない宝物を粉々に砕く。それこそが我が望みだ。
何悩んでその綺麗な腕でボロ物にしてやる。
There we go.
123そこだ。
ひまわりを
ビクトリアのために。
ドキドキ。早く離れてください。お願いします。
Yes, I know she's targeting the thing, it's fine.
注目。
焼酎の玉を握りしめながらどう抵抗するのかな。
私のハンマーは強いんだから。
指示は結構よ。分かってるわ。あなたを逃がすに足る条件を提示してちょうだい。ないの。残念ね。分かってるわ。
Two more. Who's
オー
left?
ダー暴力が集中するエリアの推計完了。
One more. There we go.
ああ、皆さん、どうか誤解なきよう。私は状況を把握したいだけですので。
More story. Just get to the end. Where's the Witch King? That's all we care about. Where is he? I want to see him. Viviana, I didn't roll for you know, I'm coming out. I didn't roll for your fucking banner. I don't give a fuck about your past. Where's the Witch King, damn it? We need to put an end to this. Enough of this gossiping of the Witch King. Where is he? Dear Lord. The window The window facing the street opens in response, and a woman with a furrowed brow holds a paintbrush, gazing into the distance. The young girl waves to her, smiling as bright as the marigolds lining the alley. I could just do it, but because I'm an honest person, I'm gonna come out and say it. We're gonna speed things up. Like I genuinely am sorry. I do not give a flying fuck about this specific part. We'll still get the text out, but we're speeding it up. So if you're skipping by 5 seconds, now is not the time to do that, because you're going to be missing out on dialogue. This is just random conversations that they're having. There isn't anything too crucial going on, or interesting. That's my own opinion. Ugh. Is this the aftermath of our, the battle that I had to try 3 times on? Yes, it somewhat is. Because it wasted a little bit of my time. Because we are running low on time. My beauty sleep is inbound. And I am getting a little irritated. Well, like the person said, my brow is being furrowed. Viviana. This is a wonderful life too. Just random things, random, very small, insignificant details about the father being mentioned. The cake thuds as it falls to the ground. Viviana hears sobbing, the fragile shoulders before her tremble like flowers battered by the wind. She holds the girl's hand tightly. One second. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry, we all... we currently can't see it. We obviously see the spire. Go to the spire. Stop wasting your time with Yulia. This person is not in this current time. She's in a... but, like, she's living in the past. Literally. Because she is someone that is not alive anymore. She's in a literal loop. She's just telling you what happened during her time. Go to the spire. That is where the Witch King is. Go play your instrument. Go there so I can kill the Witch King. So I can slay him. Personally. With the help of Irene and her giant magnum. Where the hell is Florent, by the way? What is he doing? The Lich. Oh, narrator. Without direction, without daylight, everything is covered in shadow. The Genesis horn seems to be forever shrouded in mist. Arturia perceives the illumination of the pipelines like a flame in the dark. Rolling out from the two of them, from near to far, the surrounding scenery gradually becomes clear. She sees everything as clearly as in Yulia's eyes, a street lined with marigolds, countless Achillean spires. The place is not chaotic. It is one that exists beyond time and space, a grand construct. At the same time, music flows into her ears. It is the music of all Marigold Alley, and also a part of a grander movement, a composition that belongs to Herkamshorn. Arturia bows to the Caprine before her. The eerie winged sculptures prostrate on both sides of Arturia, supporting towering stone pillars at angles defying mechanical explanation. No, the pillars are suspended in midair. A palace, solemn and majestic, befits a king. At the end of the steps, a man stands motionless with his throne. Red currents sway and cast layers of light on him, veiling the monarch's countenance. But the infamous twisted horns belie his name. They look familiar to Evan. His horns. Not the same shape. Or, no, the same shape, but not the same, I guess, fluency. Dagda, I don't want to hear it. Section 9, Fantasia, The Gift, written by Ludwig, Kurfürst of Einwald. May all questions be answered in the end. Get a move on. Start it. Start the battle. I know there's one more section. Evan is so far behind, he's still at the stairs. Evan is uncertain when he got separated from the others. Crumbling structures fall periodically from above, and the stairs beneath his feet spiral endlessly. He can only move forward. He is alone, indefatigable. He looks to the spire. Wow, he made it. Okay. Okay, Franz. Franz is the name of Ebenholz. His official name. Ebenholz tightens his grip on his wand, but cannot say a word. Okay. He has read all about the Witch King, not too long ago. He was even imprisoned in this room. He knows his history. The notes flow slowly about the space. The melody known as Syracusa is leaving the movement that is Lithuanian. He hears what sounds like the booming of loud thunder, pouring rain, and surging wind. The will of Lithuanian has turned into a power that matches heaven and earth, washing repeatedly over the small room. Even standing at the door, the surging energy presses firmly against his heartbeat. The man at the center of the room does not turn to look at him. He is focused and proud. He is a reef that stands above the turbulent waves. I know he's really tall from the... I'm having a tough time remembering, but I feel like I've seen a poster of him or something depicting him, and it showed him very tall, but I was expecting him to be older. Ebenholz cannot help but suspect he has come to the wrong place. This looks more like the fateful night of a certain composer, or a most passionate lecture by a historian. There is no hatred here, no destiny, nowhere to place his anger. Ebenholz suddenly realizes one thing. He has never truly seen the Witch King in all his life. Not even in his most terrifying nightmares. The young Fremont. He had... Well, I don't know if I would say they're dice, but he has Ebenholz dice. The new Lithanian ruler produces the movement and looks at the Lich. Eternity. Immortality. Herkamshorn's voice is not heavy, but Fremont hears these hefty words shatter and reassemble between his lips and teeth. The one that Yulia was picking up, the resonance capture devices. Herkamshorn sits firmly on the chair in the center of the room, unfolding the movement. Fremont nudges aside priceless ancient tombs to make room for the witchcraft matrices. Terrible chill sweeps over Fremont. A faint but dazzling light blooms atop Herkamshorn's scepter. He has already begun to play the golden gesats. Fremont's hands have not stopped either. Lich and Caprine, king of the royal court and Kaiser of Lithanian, they have always moved in tacit agreement. Even in the tensest moments, the two could insert discussions on various topics, philosophy, music, and sometimes even the climate and cuisine of Lithanian. Herkamshorn had raised the matter so naturally, true secret threatening the mortality of the Liches. If he used his exile to its fullest extent, the life threads could dissolve all of these notes in an instant, annihilating the defenseless man before him. No one else knew the Lithanian Kaiser had come here. He could have enough time to tell the Lich Court to flee the country. But Herkamshorn had raised it so naturally, casually bringing up the secret that had remained hidden all these long years. After a long while, Fremont burst into hearty laughter. And we're back to the present, with the old Fremont, the current one. Okay, yeah, he is older. Okay. Old acquaintances. Alright, here's the battle. Fantasia, the gift. Not the boss battle, that's probably the next stage. Especially given that there's no new BGM. Alright, we're doing this perfectly. We're executing this perfectly. Speed it up. Almost there. Almost there, Avalon. Slow it down, or nose. Let's get 2 healers out.
高い場所はいいですね。天井は大丈夫。すぐ治るから。
より俺の助けを必要とする場所を目指そう。
Remnant Orchestra Conductor. Continuously cast at a turning node you control to disable it. Increases the max HP of all enemies within attack range when the corresponding variation is in effect.
Best 構造は安定してるから安心して。じゃあ、あの人たちはここに埋葬してあげましょう。
That's a lot of damage, wow.
解明した。
Distract even for a second.
本当に影に気をつけて。
That's fine.
私に早く離れてください。お願いします。私を捕まえる？
あなたを逃がすに足る条件を提示してちょうだい。ないの？残念ね。
もっと4分の3拍子のごとき警戒。
まずは指の後ろだけに気を取られないで。怪我してるよ。
聞こえますか？重厚なフォルティッシモが。
Wow, that is a lot of damage.
諸君が愛してやまない宝物を粉々に食う。それこそが我が望みだ。
何かに失敗するたびに体のベルトをきつく絞るようにしてる。痛みがこの失敗を忘れるなって教えてくれるんだ。いや、ドクターはいい。俺がドクターの痛みも背負うから。
この力は本来私のものではない。だがロドスが求めるのであれば可能な限り振るおう。
No, this should be fine. Get through this quickly.
道を塞ぐものは私が焼き払う。
みんな
血は残すな。後片付けが面倒になる。
See how much damage.
私を信じて。
もっと早く動けるわ。
作戦を開始する。 戦闘準備。
No. She's gonna survive that easily.
これで静かになってくれる。指定の位置に向かう。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
本気で行くよ。
前に進む
Let's
ぞ。
start here.
私が行こう。
And then we'll put Irene to
何
look
か指示は
over
ありますか？
look over Flame Tower.
戦場のデータが同期する。
狙いを定めました。
これで静かになってくれるな。指定の位置に向かう。さっさと片付ければ。
もっと早く動けるわ。リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
戦場で響く楽の音には注意をしろ。特にリターニア人が相手の時に。時間をかけるつもりはない。
戦場の指令を聞くモンスター。
影に踏み込まない我が心が判決を下す。
Good. I get a little bit of damage right here.
これで静かになってくれるな。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
どうか私を知る。
見えなくなっちゃった。筋肉だよりじゃ外れ。
Good.
我が輩は右だよ。さあ誰を切るか。
もっと作りながらごときを持つ。
ターゲット確認。すぐに終わらせる。これで静かになってくれるな。
Beautiful.
指定の位置に向かい。
Straight up.
もっと強くする。
Slow it down because I'm about to accidentally throw.
ここは私に任せろ。
作戦はあるか。
Almost there.
何か指示。見えなくなっちゃった。
すぐに
That's
終わる。
fine.
ターゲット確認。すぐに終わらせる。
分かった。目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
I have to get the cooldown up.
私に合わせる者がいれば効率が上がる。敵を死認した。こちらチェン、時間には限りがあるんだ。
Yeah, it's over.
この程度で止まると思う。
Chen's got it.
Accomplished.
Got the hydro cannon. More story. Okay, I don't understand this part. Is the Witch King... Is this the voice that's in his head? Yes, I know the Witch King's voice is in Evan Holz's head. I know that. But what I'm wondering is this actually an instance of the Witch King speaking in his head that we're seeing right now? Or is this something entirely different where he's actually talking to the Witch King? Like he can see him. Because Evan Holz even mentioned he's never seen the Witch King before. Until now. Eben remains silent. The Witch King's tone is calm, even gentle. It was a feeling not unlike he had discovered a child who'd stolen an item from his home, stopped him, and explained the item's provenance after the necessary scolding. The weakening golden melody seeks an exit from the secret chamber, with Eben and the Witch King standing outside the door. Before them lies a steep, dark red staircase. A series of changes have taken place since the Weisheim incident, and he had been gone for over a year, but he could never forget the place. The Witch King ascends the stairs. The sound spreads far down the long corridor as the lamps along the walls light up one by one, illuminating the path beneath the feet of the spire's owner. Between the lamps float interconnected intricacies of witchcraft. The tutor sent by the empresses was intended to perform poorly, so many a night Eben would sneak into subtler corridors to practice. He unconsciously followed the Witch King. For a moment, he seemed to think that the man was still living in the spire, only waking up in the middle of the night to head to the door, for whatever unknown reason. Iberia would form an alliance with the sea. The sound of the cello spreads out like an endless grassland, while the sound of the piano turns into a flowing stream. He washes away all weariness, allowing him to walk a long way, with the dark of the night no longer so heavy. He often dreamed of these things. Dreams are already fleeting, and if he had to miss these beautiful moments, he would rather never sleep. Memory. All des Hexen terms, Triumph des Goldmond, Vorspiel zu Zwillingstürme. The theaters across the country must perform certain plays each quarter, all with similar themes, with Vertica being the old tyrant's homeland. Such plays were put on twice as often. And as Graf of Vertica, he was required to attend all of them. How many times did he sit in the audience, watching the Witch King perish during a duet of justice, shortly before leading a standing ovation? Statues on the streets, illustrations in books. He has seen countless Witch Kings. Without exception, a mysterious light surrounded their twisted horns, and even their voices had a strange tremor, as sinister effects were added to them. They were quick to anger, cruel, bloodthirsty, with grotesque and exaggerated expressions on their masks. Not one of them, not a single portrayal matched the appearance of the man before him. A sudden headache washes over him, much like the nights he was haunted by the voice of Mundane. On those nights, he could only grip his flute desperately. He felt as though he was dying, so he would exert all his strength to curse the man before him, until his surroundings became clear. But the voice of Mundane is long gone, so why does the pain still flow? Evan cannot see his own bloodshot eyes, but the layer of red webbing in his field of vision becomes increasingly heavy. Pain stirs all memories, tearing through all emotion, as if trying to draw everything out of his head to transform into something tangible. Nightmares, memories, imagination. The Witch King waves his hand, and the golden melody, as if finally released, flows toward the door like so many harmless fireflies, quietly drifting in the river of history. They pass by Eben, brushing against his clothes and hair with a touch ever so gentle. Eben suddenly feels a baffling sensation, as if the Witch King had patted him on the head. Eben cannot control himself. He bursts into laughter. He laughs at the image of himself, at his own embarrassment. He laughs at the past 19 years, realizing he has never laughed this heartily. Even if thunderous rage were to punish him for his lapse the very next second, and headaches were to him back into the abyss. Wait, what? I'm sorry, even if thunderous rage were to punish him for his lapse the very next second, and headaches were to him back into the abyss, or even if he were to shatter into pieces, he wants to keep laughing. I'm not sure what happened with that sentence, but nothing happens. The endless staircase, the spire of Urtica, even the Witch King, it all vanishes, nothing remains but an empty throne. Eben stands before the throne in silence, waiting for the unreal sensation to fade away completely. Arturia releases her grip on the cello and simply looks at the Witch King. His entire life, all he has been through, his thoughts and emotions collectively resonate through the space, filling every cubic inch. This is the palace he has built for himself. You walked in, you see what he sees. Arturia sees what she had read in the old Lich's memories, the blackness. Infinite blackness, or rather, chaos. Human understanding of this word often comes from the negative emotions associated with it. Confusion, disorientation, sadness, anxiety, fear. In reality, it normally refers to a state that is difficult to describe, or an object or concept that cannot be established. But this is the only word that can describe the scene before Arturia. Desolation, a land of annihilation. What sits behind the material world, the vector of collapse. No visible boundaries, no discernible direction, sound, light, shape, color. Things that do not belong in the same dimension mix, stack, and stretch. The cursed life forms in their environment are symbiotic, even mutual bodies. Annihilation is the only ecology here. Chaos surrounds the Witch King's palace, like sunlight and air surrounding a bubble that could burst with a touch. The Witch King's spire stands in the center of the palace, with iridium crystals growing from its base like moss between bricks. But such moss covers the entire palace, connecting seemingly irregular spires and other buildings, comprising some vague formation. Chaos invades the outermost cluster of spires, like a rising layer of mist. Once the mist dissipates, Der Weiner, Erznurm, and Die Turdes Wissens no longer exist. Clearly, the palace is gradually emptying, but its boundaries remain, as if adhering to predetermined rules. The King of Castor stands proudly on his throne, with all the spires at his command. This founding of a nation occurs simultaneously with the push and pull of war, as it did in Lithuanian history. Amid the unending chaos, the Witch King is the only comprehensible order. Why are you standing there like a fool? Okay. Another instance of me not being open and saying what's on my mind, but yes, he's an echo. Grandma already beat me to it. The twin empresses. So it'd just be like an entire, like, tower just falling on top of the spire. The twin spires, that is. Okay, speed up. I'm ready to take down the spire. The dead don't feel pain or exhaustion. They surge endlessly from the cracks between reality and chaos, repeating the last howl they gave before death. He slowly unwinds the wrappings on his longsword. The cloth is long enough to use to cover his ears. But he doesn't do that. After so many years of hard work, Leslie has grown accustomed to focusing all his attention on the edge of his blade.
ドクター、グラス号式の祝福を試してみない？まずね、我が輩とハンナちゃんでドクターの足を一本ずつ担いで、それから目をつぶって、完成のリズムに合わせて上にと。もう引かないでよ。冗談だってば。
Jesus. Okay, we have to use our lineup. I know we're gonna struggle right off the bat. This should be fine enough. Or good enough. Oh god. Everything before her eyes dissipates. Once again, Viviana finds herself on the spiral staircase. She had thought that an earlier solace would prevent the inevitable, so that tragedies wouldn't have to fall upon the lamentable woman behind the door. Or, at the very least, that she could say her goodbyes before it was too late. Countless doors simultaneously open up before her. They line up in succession, meandering towards an unclear horizon. She recalls every Viviana who was behind each of the doors. She sees every candle in its firelight that no one cares about. Oh. I can't believe she's still here in the staircase. Leave. Viviana hears the sound of something moving. Doors collapse, distant but clear, like snow losing its grip on a mountaintop, beginning of an avalanche. She walks towards the nearest door, a new one, just like every other she has walked into. Federico turns around and looks into the distance. Ever since Yulia activated the retrofitted resonance pipes, the scenery around them has gradually cleared up, both near and far. And with that, Arturia's destination is no longer in question. At the far edge of his sight stands a gigantic black tower, interwoven with scarlet and surrounded by a cluster of spires he's never seen before. The Caprine woman quickens her footsteps just slightly as Federico continues at his usual pace, giving her a slight lead. Yulia interrupts Federico's recital. Yulia stops in her tracks and begins mumbling to herself. Federico follows suit and looks at her quivering shoulders from behind. He does not move. The young executor listens in silence, attempting to analyze the emotions in her words. I'm losing my voice. Or something's happening. I'm not even entirely sure. Federico turns back to Yulia. An insipid mist flits through his hands, and the Caprine woman before his eyes no longer exists. Only nothingness remains, as it always has been. He suddenly recalls the flower from the Sanctiluminium Ambrosi. Back then, he felt that the flower could be the answer to his confusion. Now he finds himself in a similar situation with no one in front of him. The primary difference is that he is still unable to comprehend the truth of the situation and place he is in, a place devoid of laws or solid footing. Only endless dangers and unknowns. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Notorial Hall for 7 years and carried the title of Saint for 2. Okay, so it is Saint. Wow, alright, I did have it right. He calls himself an executioner and executor, and has witnessed countless deaths, but this is the first time that he's truly sensed someone's emotions in their final moments. She lived in her own Zwillingstürme for an eternity. As she loved and regretted, even death was unable to shake her belief in life. Simple, but intense. Arturia turns around, even though there's nothing else to see. Suddenly, the energy blows away a layer of mist like a breeze, revealing the breathing, footsteps, joy, and grief hidden beneath. These emotions are now, no, we've always been here, all over the pavilion. If a soul is... 1 second. Excuse me. Bless me. Bless the king. If a soul is like an instrument, then at this very moment she feels the vibration of countless strings, a chorus. Acres being mentioned, surprisingly. Arturia feels a pair of hands on her. You stretch into the lake bed of her consciousness, and do not stop there, but stir up the mud at the bottom, arriving at the void in the very depths. Suffocation resembles a rushing river, scrubbing every nook and cranny of her consciousness, as if thoroughly engulfs her within. The Witch King remains silent for a long time as he stares at the person before his throne. Arturia has never felt her heart beat as fast as it is now. I need to go to bed. My words are like... It isn't even I'm fumbling my words, it's more or less like I feel I'm losing it. Okay, wow. New guest at my pavilion. At first, a pipe organ hums in the distance, its sound reaching the throne loud and clear. A gentle shade of gold follows, like a splotch of rich ink soaking into view. The color climbs over the palace walls before melting the pavilion down. Brilliant rays of light dye the clouds aureate, and Zwillingstürme's glowing sunset illuminates the black spire that had long ceased to exist. They meant that literally. Okay, so she has a shield, and she's the sword. One second. Iridium clusters surge from thin air, first hitting Grimlock's blade before fragments splash onto Ewignade's shield. Black and red unite into one, a dazzling gold and intense purple. Their arts are condensed to their very limits, like unchangeable primitive blocks of color. They collide but cannot blend into each other, and only splash before the throne, seizing every inch of space. An ear-splitting rhythm accompanies the explosion of colors. Their weapons, originally instruments, perform two movements in two completely different styles at the same time and place. Brass, woodwinds, strings, percussions, keyboards, and even bell trees, as well as death whistles. The rusty reeds beneath Sargon's golden sands, the flame reefed amber under the sludge of the black flow, the rootless flowers buried deep in the frost-bound soil of Sami, and the boundless chaos itself in this Kagurek. A cosmos coexists with its voice, with the Witch King's melody. Notes are woven, conducted, and played by his hand. Notes to sing a melody of the Witch King. Notes to sing a melody for the Witch King. This mortal realm will never again know a symphony this clamorous, harsh, and illogical, yet also spectacular, majestic, and striking. Ewignade and Grimlock's duet is so simple in comparison. The notes gently rise and sharply fall, with the dignified and imposing pipe organ resembling a castle encircled by mountains, while the ethereal violin is like a waterfall pouring by the citadel. The sound of water splashing onto rock is still clearly audible in the room furthest from the waterfall, but even in the closest, it does not sound so noisy. The two act like one, their movements as harmonious as if they have never split. The symphonies sing a war song. Two generations of Lithuanian Kaisers fight before the throne. The entire pavilion, both their sand table and military formation. History bends and rewinds at this moment. Gaul's flagship crosses the river valley under Corsica I's lead. Soldiers bumping shoulders as they form a thick cloud and tear apart Sturmling's iron current-like defense line. And then Herkamshorn's silhouette introduces its reign at the pinnacle. He stands atop the spire, heaven and earth at his beck and call. The elements, thunderbolts, and sandstorms are all at his disposal to swallow everything. Under the omnipresent dust clouds of blood, Ewignade and Grimlock's movements are unremarkable. They sneak into Vidunian under the cover of night and with a feint from the Kurfürsten's coalition army, and make a beeline for the spire. The spire opens its doors, welcoming its visitors. The unsuspecting spire casters rush into formation, and one by one turn into the red leaves of late autumn. Shield and swords shattered the Genesis spire, just like that night 23 years ago. sings a rhapsody, he roars a fanfare, he demands a concerto. Now thunders have joined the chorus. Finally, here we are, Section 10, Messe, Konig.
即戦即決しよう。
Okay.
俺の貴重な時間を無駄にしないためにもな。
私を目で追えるかしら？みんな助けに来たよ。何か指示はもっと早く動けるわ。
どうか私を信じて。
So I'm not paying attention. I'm staring at
今日
Reed.
もよろしくね。
ここでは何も起きない。どこをお前たちの命に火種をまいた。
Trigger it. Oh, it didn't.
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
本気で行くよ。
Sorry, to be nice here.
もっと早く動けるわ。
Oh, here. Oh, wow, it's the young him. Okay, here he is. Herkumshorn, Witch King. The long nightmare awakes. The ersatz night gives way to dawn. Come and witness the death of the king and the death of the genesis of creation. Yeah, he is tall. Evan?
戦場で響く無駄だ。
諦めるな。
Let Evan 1v1 him.
もっと早くするか。
With his beautiful 1.6k damage. Who died? Uh-oh.
ターゲット確認。ここでは何も起きていない。さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
もっと早くしろ。私の頭から出ていけ。
Decent damage.
本気で行くよ。
Let's see. Let's go.
作戦を開始する。戦闘準備。ここでは何も起きていない。さっさと片付ければ。
もっと強くする。
Let's see. I want to see how much damage he does.
たやすい。
It's not too bad.
わあ、本気で行くよ。
どこを目指す
I
の？
want to keep her there just in case. Zoo Mama's almost there.
作戦は
動き回るな。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
いつでも行く。どんな獲物相手でも全力で行く。私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。いつでも行ける。
again? It's fine.
この程度で止まると思うな。
わあ、本気で行くよ。
I'm in a weird spot because I don't know where he's gonna.
ここは私に任せろ。
喧嘩にも我が輩たち全員を倒さないと勝ちじゃないからね。
Okay, she's marked
剣は
by
ピカピ
something.
カに研いだよ。
何を片付ければいい？
I want to keep Reed there.
すぐに終わる。
There
指
we
定の位置に向かう。
go. Okay.
気配を感じたら剣を抜きます。
Let's do this
こ
properly.
の程度で止まると思うな。
Irene, get that magnum ready.
私の明かりが我が心の判決を下す。気配を感じたら剣を抜きます。
Okay, teleporter. Chen.
戦場で響くガッツ。
こっち来て。
ここでは何も起きていない。
影に
Oh,
踏
he
み込まない。
switches everyone around. Keep her there, that's fine. We're still doing okay.
もっと強くし、私の頭から出ていけ。
Okay. Keep Evan there. I want to keep Reed here. Given how things are going, I'm assuming he has a second phase.
狙いを定
Which
めま
is
した。
now.
私の明かりが
Keep
見え
Irene
ますか。
there.
ここです。
Evan.
もっと早くする。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
ここでは何も起きていない。さっ
Disappeared
さと
again.
片付ければ。
Get rid of
影に踏み
Irene.
込まないで。
どこをお前たちの
Here we
命
go.
に
I'm glad I
火
kept
種
Reed
をまい
there.
た。
喧嘩にも
失
We
礼。
gotta get that
我
fire
が
to
輩は
spread.
右だよ。
何を片付ければいい。ここでは何も起きていない。
Good. Things are actually going pretty well, to be honest.
いい位置だ。
Reed is doing a lot.
諦めるな。
Bad timing.
さっさと片付ければ。
さあ誰を切るか教えて。
She's marked by something.
諦めるな。
Sadly, we don't know what it is.
敵を死にした。
わあ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
We're fine.
ここでは何も起きてい
Someone
ない。
died. The mother, ex-wife.
敵を死にした。
私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。
Keep Evan here.
開演は間近。どうやら我らが監修はもう待ちきれないようです。
戦闘身を焦がす苦しみはほんの一瞬。
ターゲットが視界から消えちゃうのは嫌よね。
It's fine. Sarya's our only
話
healer.
を目で終えるかしら。指揮する人がいるって不思議な感じね。
こちらチェン。いつでも指示を。時間には限りがあるんだ。
Nice not moving. I want to put Irene
剣を
here.
抜きます。
Hopefully we don't time it wrong.
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
もっと強くする。
We can keep Evan there. That's fine.
影に我が眼差しが真実を暴く。
Almost have him.
私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。さっさと片付ければ
Beautiful.
楽に指定の位置に向かう。
私の明かりが見えますか。
どこを目指すの。
わあ、リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
私に合わせる者がいれば
Who's
効
left?
率が上がる。
We actually got on first try, surprisingly. Although this isn't the challenge. Or the X stages.
モンス
Who's left? Where are you? We slayed your king.
ター。ここでは何も起きていない。
One more.
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
さっさと片付ければ
楽に終わる。
分かった。
筋肉鬼さ、どこの間抜けが
Where'd our
怒られに
Majesty
来たのかな。
Definitely didn't slay him.
Mission accomplished.
No story. Just end the story. We slayed him. I'm sorry. We are speeding this up. I'm sorry. Like, I can't keep up my speech and whatnot. And then at the same time, this is like random background stuff of her. Of Viviana. Like, I mean, hell, she still hasn't even gone out of the staircase, while everyone else has already made it out. Get the hell out of here. Oh my lord. I can't be narrator. The twins failed. Casdel's survival. In the next moment, the belated witchcraft crosses both the protracted span of time and the divergent paths of its companions to be cast once more. Heavy, grizzled rain falls upwards. Kagarik seems to be flipped over by the stream of flow, and exile, which is taking its full effort to perform, is soft and permeated with an unusual beauty. Raindrops cluster in the strings, dancing in the void to the rhythm of Fremont's breathing. His breaths are nothing unusual, but a long-lost abundance of emotions wells up from the depths of his soul. Fremont casually touches his pocket, only to discover that his lost key has been lying quietly there, within reach all along. The moment the entire space is soaked, the Lich's strings finally envelop the Witch King, embracing, entangling, almost forming a coffin-like shape. The age-indifferent Lich merely stands before the empty space, without a hint of expression on his face. The traces of the exile scatter, and the threads feel not the Witch King's presence, as if the ferocious caprine, which the twisted horns had never existed in the first place. Only his final murmur remains in the air, as weighty as an interrogation, as light as a sigh. She does not know when it happened, but Arturia finds herself standing before the spire. She listens in a daze. There's no one able to answer her question, and the sighs are silenced. Federica looks up and sees the gigantic black spire gradually lose its shape, colored before his eyes, as its faded iridium clusters dissipate into vestiges. Federica lifts his gun. Federica has heard her answer. The distant relative he knows all too well does not engage in her usual meaningless push and pull of emotional logic and kinship. She simply refuses wearily and walks towards him. Arturia walks straight past him, as if she did not hear him at all. Something dangles down from Fremont's robe. Suddenly, Evan realizes Fremont's shadow has remained in pace, even as the man himself just stepped closer. The shadow wraps around the crumbling throne, stretching all the way along the steps before gradually coiling around the entire spire. The shadows crawl all over the Lich's body. Shades of black instantly split into countless threads. They fly towards every falling piece of debris and crack in the void, but the vibrations still intensify. The enemy. It is as if someone had used the largest scale silencing arts ever cast. Those who lost control of themselves in the chaotic noise have now lost their surface level agitation. Pain, anger, and other intense emotions fade from their faces, replaced by a deep fear. But this dread does not last for long. Instead, it expands into a blank space and at its peak, a void. Something seeps out of the void. Something that's eroding and annihilating everything. Order collapses, chaos wishes to tarry, but cannot. The knot trembles in his hand. Evan can feel the hand gripping the other end. The hand already numb from too much time spent swinging a sword. His strength spent, his arts nearly exhausted, his wounds no longer bleed, and his pain gradually blurs. His duty and his will remain seated deep within his brain, pulsing tenaciously. Such concepts are difficult to describe after language itself has collapsed. Why did we come here? I don't know why we're talking about this. Evan is falling. And at the end of his fall, there will be nothing at all. No, there's something there. A warm shade of white, emitting a radiant yet gentle glow. Evan suddenly realizes that while he didn't have time to find the cello playing Sancta, he has found the answer. The emotions and memories he shared with him were not bestowed upon them by any person, arts, or even fate itself. The most beautiful part right there with them has always belonged only to them. Smile. Piece of music. A touch of hope. Arturia opens her eyes. She seems to have walked for a long time. Time is like a river, and people travel along with the flow. But why is she, step by step, trudging back the way she came? She feels she has become a broken vessel, an unwavering affection, intense hatred, tremendous courage, and unrecognizable unrecognizable. God, it's beauty sleep time. End it. End it. We're done. We killed the Lich King. Be done. I can't speak. clearly visible hue of gold shines through the grim sky, gracefully caressing everyone's faces with its light. The Lithanian's people wake up from their dystopian nightmare and are immediately greeted by the dazzling clouds of rosy gold descending between the twin spires. No one knows who started it, but the people involuntarily begin to play the instruments in their hands. It is no longer the golden gesatz or any other familiar classical piece. A brand new melody, accompanying the multicolored radiance of Iridium Arts, echoes the excitement in everyone's hearts, blowing spontaneously under the rosy clouds.
すべては秩序にのっとるべきだ。摂理に反することなど誰にも許
As you
され
say,
ない。
Saria. Keep things in order. I'll do this next stream. When we do Fate Grand Order Thanatos Singularity, we will do this very quickly. Not in the quickly sense that we just did earlier, but in a slow, fast-paced. But yeah, YouTube, Oberon Sekka. Oberonsekka. Of course, you should already know that. How else would you be watching this livestream and or video? Twitter and Instagram, same thing, Oberon Sekka, Oberonsekka. Twitter, post memes once a week, give notifications on what goes on in Avalon and what goes out, what comes in, what goes out. Instagram, same thing as usual, Oberon Sekka, Oberonsekka. Gotta get used to saying that. But, manga panels, once every 2 to 3 days. Simple, clean manga panels every 2 to 3 days. Yeah, I'm fumbling it. I need to go to bed. I'm sorry. I am so sorry, Avalon. It really is that time. If you like the live stream and or video, subscribe. Or like it. If you like the content that I do, that being me fumbling my words constantly, as I am doing now, Fate Grand Order, Arknights, and on the back end variety, subscribe. And of course, if not, I enjoy your company. And you're always welcome. And last but not least, good morning, Avalon.